Yo, what's up? I have not set the capture and I do not have my camera in the right position. For me. Knew I forgot something. Oh, game terrifies me to no end. I don't want to play it anymore. I don't. I'm scared. I'm very scared. I'm very scared. What else can I stall with? I went to the sun station, that's done. This place seems to be entirely done as well, other than the lake bed cave. The Ash Twin project. The initial chamber inside the Ash Twin is physically sealed off in an immensely thick protective shell, and my plan to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval in Ash Twin. Every memory recorded by an Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. The OG Cave, which I haven't gone to but don't really need to. The Dark Bramble Seed, which I'm not really sure about. The Quantum Moon that I need to get to. Southern Observatory, Black Hole Forge, Tower of Quantum Knowledge. All of these places are areas that I cannot get to. Hollow's Lantern, which I still don't know anything about. The area under the ocean. Quantum Signal. Oh, right, from the whatever's in the giant storm that I can't discover yet. Vessel and Escape Pod 3, the Whitehall Station, and the subsurface energy readings. Kinda want to know more about this, but that's gonna take a while. I could go back to Brittle Hollow. I could go back to Brittle Hollow and search for whichever other entrances there are to the Southern Observatory, the Black Hole Forge, and the Quantum Tower, or Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching, and it might determine the shard is the reason objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. I hypothesized that this shard is actually a piece of quantum moon. The shard emits the same signal as the quantum moon. Guess I'm gonna go to Brittle Hollow. Oops. Please don't fly me into the... Okay, good. What's up, Dankwater? This Sonic game looks different. Did I didn't change the game, did I? Screw me. Thanks for that. There's no way into here, at least from this portion. What's his name said that he tried every possible outcome, or every possible way he could think of to get in here. I need to get below the surface, and then get in. Ouch. I didn't think I was moving that fast. What's up, Tenjin? How do people play the matchup? Not matchup, Moo. Her challenges are so hecking weird. Good question, dude. I'd imagine it's a very similar way to the way you play Jacko. Oddly enough. Some of it is just set turret and then wait for turret, while others are set turret and know what you can do within the time before it goes off. Similarly to Jacko and setting houses. Yeesh. 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 We're good. We're good. Exit ship to repair landing gear? Ah. Dang it! Get me out. It's not though. Her D button is literally a budget RC. Oh, because, yeah. It's like 5C, 5C, 2C, 2D, 5C, 2D, 2C, and then some weird stuff. You literally cancel every button into a D button. Right. Southern Observatory. This is the way that I went, and then I fell into the black hole because I didn't get out of this, isn't it? Please let me out. How do I... Here we go. Don't like it here. Okay. Gravity crystals. Alright. Huh? Alright. Like juggling D buttons. Sometimes I think the stream isn't real and you're just a plot of my imagination, then I'm talking to myself. Is it true, Steven? I don't know. Take your meds and find out. Also, when are we hitting up Dark Bramble of your girlfriend? Keck W Comedy Gold. Yeah? That's probably gonna happen today. I'm probably not gonna like it. Probably not gonna like it at all. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Here we are. What is up with those spinning trees? Not trees, but... they're like the same kind of vortexes that were there on, what do you call it? Giant's Deep. Cassava's construction yard has been using the cyclones on Giant's Deep to lift orbital probe cannon parts into orbit, but one component was pushed down past the current that usually prevents anything from sinking. Spire and I are crafting a model to determine why this happened. An update. It's now clear there are two different types of cyclone. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. These are the cyclones Cassava typically uses to send components into orbit. There also exists a rarer type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters and below the current. My gratitude, Spire. Kanoi is showing me your handiwork, and I'm intrigued by this secondary type of cyclone. But was it really necessary to build a model to tell me that? The model will be useful as we continue monitoring Giant's Deep. Also, I very much wanted to make a model. So this one spins clockwise. No, that one spins counterclockwise, and this one spins clockwise. And the one that spins counterclockwise is the one that... types of cyclone. Most cyclones rotate clockwise. Okay, so yeah, the counterclockwise ones are the ones that will send me below the current. What's so bad about it? It can't be that bad. Okay, the way that I view being inside, what do you call it? Dark Bramble is the way that you view being underwater. Kanoi. Kanoi, Dez, and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. Sava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using other cannon parts, but we're very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giant's Deep here at Brittle Hollow's Southern Observatory, and it reveals how an object might sink below the current. Annoy, I'm unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. There are two trailheads, one at Brittle Hollow's Gravity Cannon and one in the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Okay. Anyway, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon component to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. Is that Wemu and his divine sandstorm? Moose decided to take the matters into his own hands. I would... okay, well, yeah, I know where I am. The way I got in, that's the way out, that's the model, this is the question mark. I mean, I don't think there's anything else in here. Oh, wait, no, there's whatever's up top. What's the deal with this? Whatever. What the moon? That is the quant. No, that is Giant's Deep. Two wall slabs and then various other things. What have we learned thus far in our search for the Eye of the Universe? Based on our knowledge of the quantum moon, we believe the Eye is in orbit around this star system's sun. This would mean the Eye is located within a finite, albeit enormous, range. Those of us on the vessel originally followed the Eye's signal to the star system, but we were unable to warp to the Eye itself. The locator we built on the Addle Rock and the new, more sensitive locator we built here We're both unable to detect any trace of the eye's signal. Hypothesis: the eye has stopped emitting its signal. Suppose the eye doesn't wish to be found. Cassava, how can you suggest that? The eye's signal called out to summon us to this star system. I'm aware. I grew up hearing the eye's story, yet we're no closer to finding it than you were when you first arrived here. What's going on? Oh, I'm hearing the storms below. How should our methods change as we continue our search for the Eye of the Universe? As we couldn't find the Eye's signal using two different devices built for this exact purpose, we should discontinue this search method. We know what the Eye looks like thanks to the quantum moon, so what if we try to find the Eye visually instead? Let's send out a probe. We need to build a probe launching mechanism to cover those long distances quickly. A cannon in orbit around a celestial body would circumvent the need to escape gravity's pull. Giant's Deep would be a good choice. It's furthest from the sun, so it would provide the best angles for launch, and it's moonless except when the quantum moon is visible. Yes, let's build the cannon in orbit around Giant's Deep. Mallow's idea is clever, but we have no idea where the eye is in relation to here. The probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. I believe I have a solution for that problem. Have you spoken with Grammy and Pi about the technology they're developing? Is that it? So what does this do? Pulls up a diagram of a planet. Oh. It's like the entire solar system. Oh, and this one's supposed to be the eye. Okay. Error. Unable to determine orbit. No signal detected matching any known criteria for the Eye of the Universe. But this will display the current position of whatever is orbiting this star system. Except for the eye, because it's still just... nothing can track it. And these are not possible to touch. So whatever the extra thing that the quantum moon is orbiting makes me believe that that is the Eye of the Universe. Don't make me go back to Giant's Deep. Don't make me go anywhere, video game. Please, I don't want to go anywhere anymore. I believe that's it for here. Huh? Here, I did it. I put the ship down safely. In that the ship went down and I didn't sustain bodily harm. A few minor repairs and it's like the ship never even hit those rocks. One of my better attempts, Feldspar would barely have laughed at me, I bet. That's the good news. The bad news, I haven't found a way inside this structure yet. The door is broken and I know I'm not great at exploring. But I think I would have found a different entrance by now if there was one. Probably. I can't get inside from here, but I know there are paths below the surface. I'm going to head north to the ruins on the equator to try to find the way down. Okay. Oh, wait, what? I landed right in front of the door? And I didn't notice? Oh no, this is the other guy's ship. Never mind. Where's my ship? I'm going the exact opposite direction. So the observatory is done. Kind of want to know more about Hollow's lantern. That's to me running out of oxygen. Not oxygen, running out of fuel. Oxygen's fine. Oh shoot. Please. So Strange, are we playing UMC 3 this week? Had that game a player base, then yes. But unfortunately, everyone who does play it plays on Parsec. Everyone who plays online is like a insane combo monster that somehow does these crazy-ass combos in 14 frames of delay. I don't really think I want to deal with that as a new player to MVC3. I don't know how I'm going to get down there without just dying. I don't think I can, in fact. I think I'm about to just jump off, honestly. I really don't think I can get down there without just dying. Because that's all they know how to do. They literally cannot tie their shoes. So, I remember there being something inside the center of Giant's Deep. Why did I have to land the ship in the launch cannon? Why did I do that? I think I'm gonna suffocate. Oh, wait, what? Don't know where that tree was? Over here, I guess. Okay. I don't know why I'm bothering with this. I think the sun's gonna supernova in a second. Did I already read what was in here? I'm at the shuttle. I'm ready to make my first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. It's exciting. I'm almost ready, but there's still one more rule you need to learn. I already read this, yeah. Nothing about going to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge to learn how to get into the moon. Nothing like that. Not mistaken, there should be ghost matter somewhere around here. Ay. Alright, we're good. Just let me into my ship. Okay. Tornado simulation, Southern Observatory, orbital probe cannon. The new, more sensitive locator the Nomai built in this observatory was unable to detect any trace of the eye's signal. Based on their knowledge of the quantum moon, the Nomai believed the eye was in a distant orbit around the sun. The Nomai decided to stop searching for the eye's signal and instead look for it visually by sending out a deep space probe. There were concerns that the probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. Tornado simulation. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. These are the cyclones the Nomai used to send the components into orbit. There also exists a rarer type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters below the current. Construction yard. This island is where the Nomai built the orbital probe cannon. For some reason, the Nomai put the orbital probe cannon on indefinite hiatus. The cannon was not asked to fire. According to the Nomai computer, a long-range probe was recently launched from the orbital probe cannon. So, wait, something... I remember there being something... The bro says there's a strong current beneath the surface of the ocean that prevents anything from sinking below it. The Nomai on the construction yard saw something sink beneath the underwater current, which they previously thought was impossible. Probe tracking module. That's the part of the probe that breaks off that I still can't find. Village and the 0G cave, which I don't need. Ash Twin Project, which I still need to find out. Subsurface energy readings. Oh, this is on the interloper. The vessel, which we know is in the Dark Bramble, I think. The third escape pod, which we need to find in the Dark Bramble. The Black Hole Forge, which I still need to get into. What's up, Basil? Quantum Moon, which I need to get to. The sixth location that the Quantum Moon goes to, which I can only imagine is the Eye. Tower of Quantum Knowledge, which I cannot access for some reason or another. And then the quantum signal that the Nomai detect from anything... Oh, from the Giant's Deep. So is the next place that I'm to go to the Giant's Deep? I feel... I know how to get here. And I guess I might be able to go to the quantum signal from the center of the planet. I know that there was something in the center of that planet, but I don't remember what it was. Gabro was lounging in a hammock near the island's shore. Gabro found a Nomai statue on another island. The statue's eyes started glowing, and Gabro saw their memories flash before their eyes. Gabro remembers dying. They saw their memories flash before their eyes, just like the time with the statue. Gabro and I seem to be the only ones aware that we're in a time loop. This island must be where the Nomai created statues like the one in our observatory. I found a Nomai statue lying on the beach. Looks just like the one in our observatory. Statue workshop, quantum signal, ocean depths. I don't want to go to Giant's Deep, dude. I don't want to go underwater. I'm about to go in and just close my eyes. If I close my eyes, that means there's nothing to fear. Right? There's nothing there. Black Hole Forge and Tower. I know that I can't get into the tower without doing something specific. The Black Hole Forge is just about the same thing. There's still the Ash Twin Project. And there's still this, the subsurface energy reading. And the probe tracking module. Oh, okay. So the probe tracking module fell back into Giant's Deep and then slipped under the current, and it is now in the center of the planet, if I'm not mistaken. So I need to fly here, go underwater, and then hit up the probe tracking module, and then we'll answer that question. Okay, so that answers going under Giant's Deep. There's still the question of the large quantum signal coming from Giant's Deep and the massive storm. Is my next place just Giant's Deep? Yes, it is. What the heck? I don't think I have time. I think the sun's gonna explode before I get the chance. The interloper gone. Not yet. Please don't fly me into the sun. Okay. The question is, has the front of this thing melted? It does not look to have. It has not at all. What the heck is this? Oh. Wait, what? I didn't even think to, like... I am in a storm. I think. That one's spinning counterclockwise. I mean, that'll send me below. I don't want to send a probe into the big storm, though. I don't think this is going to work. Wait, what? Why did that go down? Looks cool. Yeah, cool. That's the word. Totally not terrifying. Honest to God, this game scares the hell out of me. Stop. Oh, why does it scare you? Because, like... it's the fear of going into the unknown, and then it just kills you, and you don't really get why. Even though there's no repercussions for it, because the whole thing that you're about to see now... I'll just leave Giant's Deep's orbit, and then you'll see it. It's like, no matter what, this happens... I've been posture checked. So when he plays a character he never played before, be like skull emoji? Huh? I mean, you're right, but what brought this up? Fear of the unknown. Oh. You're right. and then that's that. Like, I don't need to worry about it too much, but it's still just a matter of, like, the idea awakens this massive feeling of discomfort for me. So, I know where one of what I'm looking for is, but I don't know if I need to go there by myself, which I would doubt, or in my ship, which I believe is the course of action. Then there's whatever's the Ash Twin Project and how to get there. And then there's a quantum signal emitted from Giant's Deep that I can't quite seem to figure out how to get into yet. Don't want to go in here. Don't like it in Giant's Deep. I don't. I really don't. Please. Wondering if there's a large spot signifying that storm. I don't think there is. Counterclockwise storm. Counterclockwise storm. All of these are spinning clockwise. That one is spinning counterclockwise. Well, here we go. Am I okay? Am I not dead? Am I... What is that? I don't want to be here. Oh, are these jellyfish? These are jellyfish. Get me out of here. I don't want to play this game anymore, man. Like... Please. Oh... Am I able to leave this area? Am I able to enter this area? That is me. I feel like I'm not. Yeah, that's gonna kill me. The scout even said that it would. Whatever I'm looking for is around. At least I would like to believe that it is. Yeah, I don't think I could play Subnautica. Nah. Nah. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see. No, I could Strong. That's great for you, isn't it? You a little bussy man? Yes, I will admit to this. I am not afraid to say that I fear everything going on right now. I don't know, maybe if I look at, what's it called? Maybe if I look at, frickin'... Damn it. Subnautica more as a survival game. And then that'll probably... Am I able to make it in here through under the current? No, I am not. And it will just lift me out. What's up, Psionic? What was I saying? Maybe if I look at Subnautica as more as a survival game than like an underwater type kind of game, then I'll fear it less. It depends on how much stuff it throws at me that's like this game. Maybe it's just me having like a phobia of space. Maybe I have a space phobia. Ocean depths. The ocean is surprisingly calm beneath the current. Some sort of electrical field surrounds the planet's core. Gotcha. I can imagine that that will just kill me. Storm, did you finish that game with London in it? The Quarry? Yes. I got an ending for the Quarry. And then just looked up the rest. Space phobia, Lamau. You didn't seem to be afraid of Dead Space. I don't know. I'm afraid of both the zombies and the space of Dead Space, but the game itself doesn't present it in such a way where I fear it that much. I guess because I'm more focused on the story of Isaac and what's happening with him than I am the rest. I don't know how to. Sherlock Crimes and Punishment? Oh, wait, as in like another game similar to The Quarry? I've heard of that game and watched a friend of mine play a small bit of it, but, I didn't really get what was going on, because she was midway through a case. I think she was nearing the end of said case, in fact. But that name makes me think of an old Wii game that I believe was called Sin and Punishment. It was a shmup. Strange Lock, Blindness, and Johns. Okay. Alright. So, hold on. I can't imagine my ship isn't gonna just blow up if I go into that electrical field, right? I don't want to go into the electrical field. Please don't make me. But I feel like that's the only way to get into the probe tracking module. If it's underwater with electricity, then it has to be. One of the three modules, probe tracking module receiving data from the launch probe. Any Nomai aboard the probe tracking module would be first to see the coordinates of the eye of the universe, and my computer reports the probe tracking module is missing. I saw the probe tracking module through a Nomai projection pool. It looks like the module is underwater. I could see purple electricity outside the viewport. So, it has to be in the center. But how would I get in? I don't have a tractor beam, right? So I wouldn't be able to move it. So, maybe what's-his-name on the planet has something to say. This isn't it. This is it. I hope this planet doesn't... I hope this island doesn't get hit by a storm. Hey, dude. Dude in the hammock. I need your assistance. This is my time buddy. How's space treating you this loop? I found something. Found what happened to the orbital probe cannon. Whoa, that's the cannon breaking apart at the start of each time loop? For real? Did you figure it out? Too much power over enthusiasm. It's kind of scary how much that sounds like something Slate of Feldspar would do. I'm pretty surprised that Nomai built something that actually broke. To think of it, though, broke might be the wrong word because it looks like the orbital probe cannon is still firing successfully at the beginning of each time loop. Went inside Statue Island, so Nomai created those headsets to record memories. Yeah, I could see the Nomai doing that. Not sure what for, but it seems like this sort of thing. Do you think the statues are recording our memories then? Because I remember that. Where? Oh, the beach looked at me funny. That must be my memory friend. Right. What are you doing out here? Where should I explore on Giant's Deep? Where's your ship? See you later. Ugh. After doing some arcane combos, I reached up to slightly over 88% of challenge mode done. I have slight hand pain. You're really gonna do all of the challenges in the game? Sounds like madness, but I respect it. Okay. So there's the quantum signal, a massive storm that I can't actually access because it flings everything into the air, and I can't even slip under the current to get in. The purple electricity will almost certainly kill me. There's still whatever's going on in the Ash Twin, and there's still the Black Hole Forge / Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Dude, I really want to... I want to drop this game so bad, you don't know. I don't want to play anymore. I think I have a legitimate space phobia. I didn't think it was this bad, but I feel like it's actually pretty out there. Just be done with it and play some more Hades. I don't want to. I don't like not finishing games. Let's go to the Ash Twin. Carl, I'm about to ruin this man's whole career. I don't know if I'm physically able. Valk and Rachel seem to be too much of a hassle. I want to reach 90% for now. Gotcha. Actually, Carl ain't that bad. I have experience in negative edging. Carl combos are not that bad. It's playing him and I'm not planning to do that. Valk and Rachel are way more rough IMO. I would agree with that hey, please don't do what I think you're about to do to me. Okay, thank you. Please, 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 please. Thank you. I didn't think Valk was that bad when I tried to play him way back when. But I guess I can kind of see why he would be rough. Where's the towers that are side by side with each other? Or is that a thing on this planet? Here they are. I don't exactly know where both of you lead. I know you lead somewhere. My ship is about to be long gone, but I don't care too much. I don't know where this leads. There should be a symbol somewhere, shouldn't there? It's not the interloper, even though I was hoping. No, wait! Don't you dare teleport me somewhere in Dark Bramble. Okay. Whew. No, no, no! Well. 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 What's up, Gert Locker? This was not the plan. This was not the plan at all, in fact. Why does this always devolve into BB talk? Because that's what everyone in my chat plays. I think I'm about to listen to the black guy with the lightning, because I don't believe there is any other way to solve what is going on right now. Because this channel is ran by a BB head. Exactly. StrongmanSteven, aka the Blaze Blue Azrael guy. That's how we know him. Kids had a stomach bug and were up all night throwing up, so I didn't go into work today. Oh, man. Hope your kids get better soon. Yeah, I know, but does it always have to go there? Lol. Don't you get tired of BB talk on other games? I mean, kinda, but not really. I used to care about talking about it and then just entirely alienating people that don't play fighting games and then come in here for whichever game I'm playing currently, and then eventually I just stopped caring about that. Eventually I thought, like, it's either that or what is little to no conversation, so I'll just hold that. I'll just talk about it anyway, because usually those conversations don't last more than... Excuse me? Oh. Oh. Oh, I got crushed. Not quite what I expected to happen, but, right? Seems to have just been a day bug, but had to go to the hospital last night for the infant. Never refunded my points. Oh, yeah. Wait. I might have accidentally auto-cleared them. I might have just stolen points from you. Let me check real quick. Yeah, I stole him. Oops! My bad. Oh, then you need to say my message. Bruh. I'm gonna say there's a timer. So let's go with that one. Whatever gets me out of this hot water. Since Stranger's power to stop it, he could hit me or hit me, or someone else could say, yo, shut the heck up, or get blasted. Why would I ban someone or enact mod powers over discussion of a game that I enjoy? Doesn't make any sense. Just talking about whatever. If there would be a different convo going, we could go with that. I almost forgot that spacesuit, by the way. I want you guys to know. I'm about to get the ban hammer on those who talk about BB in future streams. You've been warned. No one's been warned of anything. I'm not gonna do anything to anyone. I'm going to assume that one of the teleport pads is just broken. Like, it's the one that I was standing on, but it looks like the pad works, but the structure around it is broken. Hang on. I know that one of the towers said something about... Said something about... Or from the Ash Twin project, each different teleporter led to a different planet, right? I guess the question would be which one goes to Giant's Deep. And if there's one that goes to Giant's Deep, would it go into the area in the storm? Which one was it? Shoot. It's on the other one. Screw me. I think I need to die again. Alright, hang on. What's up, Hermit? Man, you know what the messed up part about this game is? Like, every morning when I wake up to play it, I'm like... Every morning when I wake up to play it, I'm thinking, it's not gonna scare me this time, I got this. I'm gonna just do the thing that I need to do. I don't need to think about it, I can just do it, I'm gonna just do it, I'm gonna just do it, let's do it. And then I get into the actual game and I'm like, I don't want to do it anymore, please don't make me do it. Please, I'm begging you, don't make me do it. Because if I do, then I'm gonna... man's got astrophobia. A little bit. Little bit. This is the new Ratchet and Clank. I wish I was playing Ratchet and Clank right now, man. I don't even know. So let's make the assumption that there is a teleporter on Giant's Deep, and that teleporter is within the large storm. Which teleporter leads me to Giant's Deep, since the Ash Twin Project area teleports to all planets. Please let me down. Thank you. Alright. And now we wait. Looks like the inside of a stomach. That might have been what they were going for. Not quite sure, though. What the heck is with this visual effect? Why is it bugging out? Oh. Trying to think, like, what planets have I seen the teleporting pad for? Where are they? Brittle Hollow, I believe, is outside. Brittle Hollow, I'm pretty sure, is outside. I can check the map, okay. I know you're outside, No. You're the one that leads to everywhere. Yours is outside. I don't know where yours is in general, but I've been to, what, like 3 different islands on you, and nothing has been there that I believe resembles a teleporter. So the only place that I can make the assumption for is... Oh, are we almost? We're almost. The only place that I can make the assumption for is... What's it called? Inside the storm. I'm wondering if I can go within the center of, what do you call it? Wondering if I can go within the center of... Ow. Giant's Deep. And... I messed up. Every time I forget these cacti, I need to jump over. And find the probe without... without exiting this ship. I'm sorry, I'm thinking, like, really slowly. I'm thinking about going to Giant's Deep and then going into the center of the planet with the electricity field and then seeing if I can find the probe and if I'm supposed to do something like push it out of the center. I don't really know. I was kind of assuming that the electricity of the center of the planet would, like, fry the systems of my ship or just blow it up or something. I'm not quite sure that's a safe assumption. Not entirely sure that that's a safe assumption, at least. Alright, this is where I wanted to go. There should be something over here that gives me the info of which teleporter leads to where. Yeah, okay. So, like, you give me the info of... This doesn't tell me where exactly these lead to. Ashwin Project would be one of our biggest undertakings metaphorically and physically. To build it, we need to travel between Ash Twin and each location that holds crucial project materials. If we used warp towers like the one on the White Hole Station to Ash Twin, directly each critical location. Poke Root and I can begin work on this immediately in the Black Hole Forge. This will keep us busy. Of note, each tower on Ash Twin will warp to a different planet. My gratitude to those who noted my imprecise language. Yes, the sun is not a planet. We can design each tower to visually reflect its warp destination. The Giant's Deep Tower, for instance, could resemble a cyclone. We could model the Timber Hearth Tower after a geyser mountain. Okay, so that's a geyser mountain. This is a cyclone. This would be the sun station. So there's these two. And this makes me believe that this is just this one, this planet. Or this set of planets, these two. The Ash and Ember Twin, so this one's the... So this is the tower that I need to go to and teleport from. And then this one, I don't know what that could... Brittle Hollow? This Brittle Hollow. It looks like breaking... It looks like this. The planet that's breaking apart. This one I don't get. Where would this be teleporting to? If this is just this place. If that's just the Hourglass Twins, then why... Whatever. Either way, I need to get back to... Need to get back to this ship. Okay, this is almost certainly Brittle Hollow. I'm almost positive. This can't be. It's just back to here, can it? Unless it's back and forth between the two places. But I don't even remember where the other teleporter is. One of them... Wait. There's something in the center of Ash Twin, if I'm not mistaken, that being, like, whatever the thing is that holds the masks. So maybe one of them teleports to the one planet and then teleports back? But why would that be the case? And why wouldn't it teleport me the first time? Well, you're roaming in space. Seppi's somewhere out there. Supernova? Okay. Well, looks like now we gotta wait 7 minutes for him to complete his attack. So... is that where that leads? I guess I could just... Stun Station, Twins, Brittle... not Brittle Hollow, whatever the hell we call the planet. Hey, cool. There's the Quantum Moon or something. There it goes. Sun Station, Twin Planets, the place with the geyser, the breaking apart planet. Does one of them teleport to the interloper? That can't be right. Hmm. This is gonna be annoying. This is where one of those teleporters would lead to. But I don't remember there being another one. However, I can't understand if there are two. Ow. Help. I'm fine. Oh. I hit the ship hard enough to damage it. Brittle Hollow, Cyclone area. Ah. Okay, what am I missing? I just close my eyes and wait for the warp sound. I'm just gonna just close my eyes and wait for the warp sound. Better yet, I'll look at the map. Oh, this isn't happening. At least not this cycle. Maybe? No, wait, it should still happen. We're rotating. Yeah, it should still happen. Just warp through the sun. Right, gonna close my eyes. Where am I? Departure time, arrival time. Turn warp status charge. Step on the warp receiver platform to activate return warp. Where am I? Is this the same island that what's his name is on? Did I miscalculate? Oh no, wait, this is the island where the statues were made. Okay, so I made a mistake. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, I'm fine. Where's the one in Brittle Hollow? Maybe that's where I need to go. I think I missed my chance. As a first discovery, RL1 warp core fresh from the Black Hole Forge. We're just installing this core sibling on Brittle Hollow as I write this. Gratitude Clary, with this, the Ashton project is underway. I confess I'm deeply curious about what Steven Poke found in the White Hole Station. Started this project, could I visit something and learn more? Recommend you do the White Hole Station as model for the towers being built with the Ash Twin project, so a visit to the station would be really useful. Okay. Well, did you hover to not take fall damage? Imagine gravity in space. That would be... with the Akatsuki Cloud? Akatsuki Cloud. Hmm? Oh, you mean the writing? No. No. And yeah, you can hover to not take damage. To not take some fall damage. Where am I? Okay. Oh, wait, this is the... I know where I am right now. Okay. Black Hole Forge. Yeah, I need to come here first. I also need to not jump. Be cautious near the boarding area while the Black Hole Forge is in operation. Yeah, I need to not jump. Not jump and need to visit here before I actually teleport here, because I know what my problem is right now. Because, that place up there, that needs to be down here. But I didn't realize that I could get here by warping, so now I know. And put that together. You gonna flip me like I think you are? You're gonna flip me, aren't you? Don't do it. Okay. Now you'll flip me. Black Hole Forge. I 'cause. 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 Exit to surface. Makes me wonder, though. Stop! Okay, soft locked. Soft locked, but for real, for real. Like, I don't think there's anything I can do about this. Yeah. It's freaking over, dude. There's nothing I can do. Unless, wait, hang on. There we go. Cool. Wait, wasn't this blocked? Oh, it was not. But I know where I am. Gotcha. Where's the nearest ghost matter or something? This gives me No Man's Sky vibes, except that there's something in the world. There's nothing to build, though. Like, I see what you mean. But there's nothing to actually... It's not like a building, crafting kind of game. We speed this up, son. Every time that happens, I imagine that one instance of Yu-Gi-Oh! If you know that one meme image of what's his name losing and then he's freaking out. It wasn't very specific, and that probably outlines almost every fight within Yu-Gi-Oh! But there's only one specific instance that became that big of a meme, so I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Alright. So, first things first, go to Brittle Hollow. That was the Hollow's lantern. Please do not crash yourself into some planet. Should just barely miss. Yeah, okay, good. I guess maybe this game freaks me out because, like, everything has this extremely unsettling vibe. Maybe it's the music that's, like, a big part of it. Because I don't get the same feeling from Elite Dangerous. Or from, what's it called? I don't get the same feeling from Elite Dangerous, and I don't get the same feeling from... at least I don't think I would get the same feeling from No Man's Sky. What am I looking at right here? Oh, this is the... This is the probe. For escape pod 1. Doors busted, can't get in. Here we are. Shoot. Should be Black Hole Forge, right? No, it's a Southern Observatory. Already went there. Crossroads. And that's just for the cannon. Video game? Rubbing up against the surface, not just stepping over it, question marks. I don't know where I'm going right now. I know that I'm trying to get to the Black Hole Forge, but I don't quite remember where... Okay, I need that. Ow. But it's fine. I didn't need those knees anyway. Okay, went the wrong way. I did? Question mark? Yes, I did. Pull the forge out. Controller's doing that thing again where it's like occasionally drifting to the left. I should really just get over this thing that I have against buying new, like, anything, really. Because something I'll have will just break, and I'll think, like, I can't replace this. It'll cost money. And while I'm kind of right, at the same time, I don't think I should just deal with having broken stuff. Ah, that almost got me killed. Well, not really killed, but sucked into a black hole. Right. Now from here to the Ash Twin. Let me in. Let me in. We are. I'm in. I want you to know I do not have my thumb on the controller right now. Alright. Black Hole Forge. What you got for me? I don't like it here. I do not. I don't like it anywhere in this game, though. I want that to be clear. Regarding the warp towers on Ash Twin, does each tower have to be perfectly aligned with the center of the astral body to which it's tuned? We don't need the alignment angle to be exact. It only needs to be within 5 degrees of the astral body's center. Of note, this gives us a slightly longer warp window. I imagine this window will last roughly several seconds. As such, any Nomai stepping onto the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. We will need to be careful around the platform for the duration of the time it's active to avoid accidental transportation. I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, but if, for example, the tower's base were to shift, even slightly, that tower might no longer align with its astral body. More accurately, I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, provided the next Nomai is not Poke. Where am I taking this first black hole core? And where am I taking the remaining cores once they're ready? All of the warp towers are being constructed on Ash Twin, so the black hole cores will go there. My gratitude. In that case, Poke, Clary, I'm leaving for delivery. I'll send Yarrow your regards. Poke, I'll return to the forge shortly. I'm going to catch up to Root and help him deliver the first core to Ash Twin, just to make sure Yarrow receives it. Of course you are. White hole cores are for the warp receivers. Each of the 6 receivers are being constructed at different locations, so those deliveries will be a greater pain in your cervical spine. The tower designs in the high energy lab and the Ember Twin reveal each receiver's location. Ask Yarrow, he's familiar with them. Of note, Yarrow believes he spotted a flaw in the warp tower designs, namely that one of the warp towers on Ash Twin will never activate because its warp receiver will never align overhead. Does your romantic interest think a warp tower's alignment point is its receiver? Does he not know that a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body? That isn't an unreasonable belief, given the receiver does have to be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. No, Yarrow understands the distinction. He likely doesn't realize the Hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body, with a shared alignment point in between them. I seem to recall that was your understanding of warp technology at first. Oh, is this telling me when I'm actually aligned to take a warp? Okay. But there's nothing here to warp with. Ash Twins Projection Stone. I have good news, Yarrow. The advanced warp core is ready to be installed in the central chamber of Ash Twin. No, it isn't. Is everything well at the forge? Don't worry, love. Poke is only nervous. The core is extraordinary, and her design work is beautifully clever. The core's durability could still be improved. I need more time. Ignore her, Yarrow. The core is finished, and if my sister tells you otherwise, then she will be finished as well. What the heck, dude? I'm intrigued, love. Everyone here working on the Ash Twin project is excited to see it. Pi is beside herself with joy. Where does this project me? This room freaks me out way too much. It didn't freak me out this much before, but, like, now it's worse. there's these two that are active, and then this one. So that's it, I guess. Now I just need to get back to the ship. Wrong way. Ship log, black hole forge, alignment angle diagram, various other things. Ash Twin project. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. A tower's alignment point is not its warp receiver, rather a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body. Warp receiver must be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. The Hourglass Twins are so close together they function as a single astral body with a sharp alignment point in between them. All of the warp towers were being constructed on Ash Twin, while the 6 warp receivers were being constructed on different locations. A Nomai named Poke successfully forged an advanced warp core for the Ash Twin project. Diagram depicting the alignment angle between a warp tower and its corresponding astral body. The warp tower alignment angles are not exact. They only need to be within 5 degrees of the astral body's center. This results in slightly longer warp windows that last roughly several seconds. Anyone stepping onto the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. So there's an advanced warp core in the center of Ash Twin, but I still don't know how to actually get in there. Then there's still the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Tower is located on Brittle Hollow's equator, held useful knowledge for Nomai embarking on their first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. Nomai named Solenum was told to visit the Tower of Quantum Knowledge on Brittle Hollow's equator to learn one final rule before embarking on her pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. It's this one. Probe tracking module. One of the orbital probe cannon's 3 modules. Control module. Recently received a request from the Ash Twin project to launch the probe. The cannon was aligned with a randomly selected probe trajectory. The probe was successfully launched, but the cannon's structural integrity was compromised in the process. Damage is detected in multiple modules. The launch module is badly damaged, but its projection pool is still intact. A Nomai named Mallow argued that it wouldn't matter if the cannon's structural integrity was compromised, since they only needed to fire the probe once. A Nomai named Privet countered that they wouldn't be capable of receiving the probe's data if the probe tracking module was destroyed. Here's my question. Why did they build the probe tracking module on the actual cannon itself? Shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. 2 of the Nomai located a fissure in the ice of the interloper's sunward side. They descended inside to investigate. I wonder if that has anything to do with the Quantum Moon. I'm wondering if it has something to do with the Quantum Moon, and then going to the Quantum Moon somehow lets me warp into the interloper, then that would solve that. Central chamber inside Ash Twin is physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell, and Nomai plan to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. Every memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. Oh. Subsurface energy readings. So they're still going underwater in Giant's Deep, and something tells me I can't actually make it into the warp core on the Ash Twin to get into the Ash Twin project. I'm not really sure. I don't know how that works. But then again, we know that different platforms lead to different places. So it's like, there's one platform that warps to Brittle Hollow, but it's on the outside. And then there's the one that's on the inner portion that leads into the forge. Still need to make it into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. But for the most part, I believe I'm done with the Ash and Ember Twin. Are they still around? I think it's not. Unless that's it. Yeah, that's it. I'm going the wrong way? Yes, I am. Bane. Might have messed up. I don't think there's anything left for me here. Yeah, Brittle Hollow's like I'm done. You let me off. Thank you. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to wait in the Tower of Quantum Knowledge for it to fall? No, because if it puts me into the black hole, then it would just spit me out of the White Hole station regardless, and I wouldn't still be in the building. Am I able to make it back out here? No, I am not. How do I die? That's how. Oh, not in the black hole? Alright, good. Whoops. Don't crash me, thank you. Should be the crossroads, right? No, this is observatory. Wait, was the quantum... The tower wasn't this way, was it? It was further down. Something. Further down the original way. Where there's the branch from the crossroads to the... Or from the gravity cannon to the crossroads and the southern observatory. There was a different one for the Black Hole Forge, I think. Oh, the Black Hole Forge, the... What do you call it? That one over there, that thing. Well, I got what I wanted, kind of. Debating flinging myself around the black hole to get there, because I don't really feel like walking, but at the same time... I don't know about that one. This might have been a terrible idea. It's fine. Okay. Am I missing something? Unless this led to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, too. I don't remember where, but... I don't remember where I need to be. Frick me. Pain. I think I'm gonna run out of oxygen. Unless there's oxygen in here, but I don't remember there being any. Okay, there was. just got here, man. Ugh. Go to Giant's Deep. Just fly into the center of the planet. Counterclockwise, counterclockwise. There it is. It's gonna kill me. Oh, okay. Well, shoot. I think even the scout gets repelled. Yeah, it gets directly repelled. It is coming back at me. This is how you get in here. Okay, so I just wasn't trying that the right way. Where's the thing that I need to repair it? Right, I forgot the gravity in here is, like, ridiculous. I can't fix that, so, guess I'll leave that for a different day. Or, better yet, don't fly me out. Nah, screw this. I already made it in here. I don't care what happens to the ship. And I don't feel like trying to work against the massive, what do you call it? The storm that I'm inside of right now. I wonder what the deal is with this quantum signal. Be welcomed in this place. This tower shares with all who ask the knowledge needed to make his or her first quantum journey. What? What? Does that mean that this is the tower of quantum knowledge? What the hell happened to it? Enter this place without friends. However, these are the lessons to learn for yourself. Hmm? What? Where am I? Huh? Okay. That's funny. Seek the Wandering Arch. Okay, so don't ever look away from you, or else I get bodied. Got it. And there's a rock. And it's gone. And it's back. I've been posture checked. Oh wait, is there a hallway that's switching around on me? There sure is. Don't like this place. Or is there a hallway that's switching around on me? There is not. It's just this rock that likes to play hide and seek. Observing a quantum object. Observing an object of quantum object. These are the same. An image of a quantum object. These are the same. Wait, what? How does that work? Are you gonna disappear on me? No, you're not. Observing a quantum object and observing an image of a quantum object are the same? I don't get it. Is it like keep it within? No, because it left. I'm not putting this one together. Unless... Oh. So, if I have that set to there, and I'm looking at an image of the quantum object, and it stays, okay. Does that mean that's how you enter the quantum moon? Okay, then. The arch and the crystal do not normally meet. They don't normally meet. But if I do that, and I force them to. This is real freaky. You little... This is the last one, but we made it harder. Is there a shorter wall that I need to work with? Because there's only these two. Unless... Okay, I get it. Yeah. Did I pick the wrong... I picked the wrong... No, I didn't. That's fine. Jesus, man. We offer our congratulations. You've learned the rule of quantum imaging. Take this knowledge with you on the remainder of your quantum pilgrimage. Remember, the other quantum shards have other lessons to teach. Our curiosity goes with you on your journey. You walk in these footsteps of those who came before you, and your path guides those who will follow later. What do you mean? So you're stuck there. And no matter what, you're going to be there as long as I have this image of you. But I guess you can't reappear as long as there is an image looking at where you were? Then what other things would the other shards have to teach me? I kind of just took them as being where they were and then just disappearing. Water. It's just water. Just water. It's just water. Tower of Quantum Trials. This tower held knowledge and no mind needed to make his or her first quantum journey. Observing a quantum object, observing an image of a quantum object, these are the same. And I called this the rule of quantum imaging. Remember, the other quantum shards have other lessons to teach. Quantum shard. Quantum caves. Wait, so then I still haven't gone into Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Tower located on Brittle Hollow's equator held useful knowledge for Nomai embarking on their first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. A Nomai named Solanum was told to visit the Tower of Quantum Knowledge on Brittle Hollow's equator to learn one final rule before embarking on her pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. So that leads me to believe that I can just land on the Quantum Moon if I take a picture of it first. Because then it won't leave when I attempt to enter its atmosphere. At least I'm believing that that is the case. I think I would need to take a picture of it being around a specific planet. And that's what would make it not leave. It's still the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. But I found out everything that's in ocean, or in the Giant's deep, except for the probe tracking module, which seems to be in the planet's center. But I don't really get how I would be able to get to it if it's just stuck there and anytime I attempt to enter, it just rejects me. I guess there's nothing left to do on this planet at the moment. Giant's Deep is done. Until I can figure out how to get to the center of that planet. Hmm. So then where to now? Thinking back to Timber. Maybe I'll be able to figure out whatever the deal is with the other quantum shard. Now that I know the trick behind it. Don't remember which planets had. What's that? The Idle Rock? Yeah, it's the Idle Rock. How long has this been here? And we're recording. It's been 2 days since the launch of the Deep Space Satellite, and I'm about to view the first batch of photos. Let the records show that on this historic day, Outer Wilds Ventures has... they're printing! Here they come. Stars above, will you look at that? There's Brittle Hollow, and look there, that's Hollow's lantern. And there's Giant's Deep, and the Quantum Moon. Speechless, completely speechless. Every single astral body in our magnificent solar system looking stunning from every angle in each of these 3 images, and in color no less. Now this is art. I could stare at these photos forever. Doesn't Timberhearth look tiny from... Hold on, what is that? That can't be right. That's not even possible. Am I interpreting this photo correctly? What's even stranger is it doesn't show up in either of the other photos. Just this one. Well, there must have been an equipment malfunction, I suppose. Only sensible explanation for it. I'll radio Gavro and ask them to explain the satellite's lens for examine the satellite's lens for defects. That must be the quantum moon that he's talking about. Oh, the radio tower. Oh. Let me rest for 10 seconds. And you forced me to stop. So... Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Quantum moon teleporting around, but observing a picture makes exactly this makes it stay in place. I can go to the moon, or I can go to Dark Bramble. Dark Bramble, I know that the anglerfish are blind, but I don't know exactly what that gets me or how to avoid them with that information. Still want to know more about the Tower of Quantum Knowledge in the Brittle Hollow, but I don't know how to get there at all. It's giant steep. It'll show up eventually. Oh, that's still the Idle Rock. Damn it. There it is. Don't you dare slip behind. What happens now? Did it leave? No, it's just slightly different location. So, does this work the way that I would like it to? Yes, it does. Not a fan of this place. Radio tower, quantum moon. Radio tower designed to receive photos taken by the deep space satellite. There are several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Hornfels noticed something strange in one of the photos. The concluded equipment malfunction was the only sensible explanation. Quantum moon. I was able to land on the surface of the quantum moon. Okay. Alright. Video game. You win. You frickin' win. I am thoroughly freaked out. I don't want to be here anymore. Really don't. That was a ship. Okay. Good to know. Why did I expect anything different? Oh, does this tell me where we are? You have recalled the rule of quantum imaging. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement. Recall the rule of sixth location. So the sixth location is, in fact, or almost certainly is the eye of the universe. Where am I? Where's my ship? Okay, good. This is gonna move. I'm here. After watching it wander the skies for so long, I'm about to stand for the first time on the quantum moon. As expected, my shuttle has landed at the moon's south pole. I will make the remainder of my journey on foot. We don't know why the quantum moon always welcomes its visitors at the south pole, just that this is true. As a child, I considered such unknowns sinister. Now, though, I understand they bear no ill will. The universe is, and we are. I am ready. You? Am I? I'm not. Help? Don't know where I am. It doesn't display to me where my scout is, bro. I'm lost. I'm freaking lost. It's this way? It is this way. Okay. I hate this place. Nothing's even happening. I'm terrified. Found a dead Nomai in a spacesuit near the South Pole. A Nomai shrine that wanders about the quantum moon. You have recalled the rule of quantum imaging is inscribed next to a mural of a tower on the island. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement is inscribed next to a mural of a quantum shard in a cave. Recall the rule of the sixth location is inscribed next to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. So the rule of quantum entanglement has to do with the shards that move around on each planet that we found before, but the sixth location has something to do with the Tower of Quantum Knowledge inside the Brittle Hollow. Quantum Moon sometimes disappears, possibly to an unknown sixth location. Tower of Quantum Knowledge. This tower located in Brittle Hollow, equator, yeah, all that. So, even though I'm on the Quantum Moon, I don't think I can actually get here until I know what the Tower of Quantum Knowledge is to reveal to me inside the Brittle Hollow. Still the subsurface energy readings, the vessel, and the third escape pod inside the dark bramble. Is there more to be had on the Quantum Moon? I feel like there isn't. No, because the second I exit these clouds, I'm going to be back out. Ay. Structures moving. Alright. Does that work? It does work. What am I supposed to learn from this? Nothing, I guess, because it won't move. Unless I'm supposed to do that to search around and see all of the things that would normally move. But even they move. Unless... That's not it. There's trees. All I'm thinking is, like, when the quantum shard should move, it shows that it has to... Not really has to. It shows that it's probably replacing something, at least on the couple of areas that I've seen it. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement is inscribed next to a mural of a quantum shard in a cave. Recall the rule of the sixth location is inscribed next to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. So, if I know that it cannot be in the locations that I am currently observing, if it's not there, then the answer would be take a picture when I have all of the planets observed that it could possibly be around, but it's not there. In which case, it would have to be in the sixth location. It can only be there. But I can't receive a photo of the solar system while on the quantum moon. Not from the scout, anyway. So, Strong, did you go to Dark Bramble yet? No, I've been going, or I went to the quantum moon so I could freak myself out. Dark Bramble might be next, though, depending upon what I find. In fact, there are very few locations that are left to go. Like, there's the Ash Twin Project, which I don't think I can actually get into. I'm not sure. And then there's the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. There's the sixth location for the Quantum Moon, which I can only imagine is the Eye of the Universe. There's the probe tracking module in this thing. And then there's the subsurface energy reading of the interloper. Right now, I want to go to the Brittle Hollow to find out more about the quantum... the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Not quite sure I have very much time left, though. What just happened? What just happened? Did I get hit by something? What hit me? Whatever. Oh, I'm already here. Am I stupid? Might be stupid. Not really sure what to do here. Mostly because I think the area that I want to go to is already... I think it's collapsed. I'm gonna reset the loop, but not by flying into the sun. There's the one area I'm looking for. With the rock and the trees. That's not it. Wait, did I come here? I don't remember being here. Oh, wait, yes, I kind of do. Never mind. What's up, I Love Games CX? Hey, Steven, how would you feel about our next mandate at SeaWorld's Christmas event? Really just came out the gate with that, huh? Yeah, sure, why not? I'm down. I'm down. When is it? Church research notes property of Chur. They detected a strange signal coming from somewhere within the grove of the... in this crater. Very similar to the signal emitted by the quantum moon, so it stands to reason two signals are probably related. You don't know much about the quantum moon, seeing as no one's ever been able to land on it, but hopefully studying the signal in the grove will reveal more about it. Okay, so you're staring at that tree and that shard. The geyser has moved to here. And I guess since it counts as being in the image, it's not moving. But my question is, does the location that I go into when I fall into it always stay the same? No, please stop! Oh. My leg. My leg. Across old bark in the ancient glade, it's always dark, the quiet shade. What? You're freaking me out. What did he mean by this? Ancient glade, the quiet shade, it's always dark across old bark. Wait. Are the signs themselves switching? Hold on. Cross-old bark in the ancient glade. It's the quiet shade. It's always dark. Started with a cross-old bark. Signs themselves are switching. So... Sometime in the next few weeks, likely after Thanksgiving, too much visiting / visitors. Can talk later today. Gotcha. It's always dark in the ancient glade, across old bark, the quiet shade. Does the order matter? I feel like the order would matter. The thing is, all of them are capitalized, so it means they're all the beginning of a new sentence, are they not? Aquarium Day Part 2, this time bigger and more amusement, smiley face. Stop! Stop! Making it weird. Looking for something else. There's the rock. Oh, not this again. Oh, there's this massive tree in here. About playhead. I wonder if that's DLC related. That sign. But that can't be, because it has something to do with the quantum shard. Not so much that it can't be, I just don't view it as likely. The hell was that? Quantum Grove. There's a strange rock shard in this grove that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. I found a poem written on one of the trees in the grove. Doesn't tell me what's on the poem. There's still the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. City. No, my city is suspended beneath the Brittle Hollow's northern glacier. The city is divided vertically into 4 districts. On a switch in the Meltwater district that raises and lowers the Blackwell Forge, and I debated how to obtain the powerful, highly advanced warp core required for the Ash Twin project. Nomai traveled to the solar system in pursuit of a signal from something older than the universe itself. Don't crash into... Yep. Stop! Stop! I don't need the quantum moon anymore. Or at least I don't need to go to it. Not at the moment. Not until I'm doing whatever it is with its 6th location. See anything specific going on with the plants or lack thereof. I still want to find the lake in Ember Twin. Maybe I should go there instead. Alright. Oh, rest in peace, my ship. I cannot believe this was... Yeah, no. Wait, what? So then observatory, tower, entrance to the tower of quantum knowledge below. That does not lead anywhere. Oh, okay. Anything change about this room? Nothing that I know of changes. Be welcomed in this place. Above you stands the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. If you are making your first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon, ascend these stairs and obtain the last of the knowledge you need for your journey. How would I be able to get up there? There's a projection thing. Bunch of glass windows. A tablet to read whatever I can put on the projection area. I went further than I should have. stone slab. More stone slabs, all that good stuff. So whatever I need, it's like, it's just here. At least it should be. Nothing's changing its location. Whatever it is that I need seems to almost certainly be related to just walking up from here or changing gravity. But these are things that I can't exactly do. At least not as is. There's no way it would have something to do with this, would it? I'm thinking maybe I'm supposed to use this to fling myself upward onto that, but that can't be right. This barrier was made so that I can't do some weird stuff. Unless, wait, maybe I can use this? Ow. Yeah, that's not gonna work either. Yeah, that's it. Wonder if the solution is to just fly my ship into there. Can't be right either. Alright, Gert. So strange, I'm not quite sure where you are in this game. Have you seen the mine goblins yet? So help me God. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say it. Yep, mine goblin these nuts. As a matter of fact, I do mind. There's only 3 locations that I know I can get to, or at least I'm pretty sure I can get to, that aren't Dark Bramble. Don't want to go into Dark Bramble. Don't make me do it. Please, God, don't make me do it. Alright. I understand how the whole quantum stuff works now. Able to land on the surface of Quantum Moon, found a dead Nomai in a spacesuit in the South Pole. Nomai shrine wanders about the Quantum Moon. Recall the rule of quantum imaging is inscribed to the mural. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement is inscribed next to a mural of a quantum shard in a cave. Recall the rule of the 6th location is inscribed next to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. Alright, so that means that there's like a specific thing that I need to do involving getting to the 6th location. And that was telling me, okay, you know how to get here, but go to these other 2 places, and then you'll get the knowledge that you need for whatever it is. So, it's like, whatever it means involving quantum entanglement probably has something to do with going to Ash whatever the heck. Or the Ember Twin. And that has something to do with what's his name that fell in the lake. And they can't find it. Lake Bed Cave. The Wandering Rock was first spotted in a cave at the bottom of the dry lake bed at Ember Twin's North Pole. A Nomai named Coleus mysteriously vanished from a cave at the bottom of the dry lake bed at Ember Twin's North Pole. So I need to find the North Pole, which I don't remember what's what. Lake Bed Cave. These are the 2 places. Pants grab both of them. Yikes. Also, stop overthinking things. It will mess you up. Wait, what do you mean? Stop overthinking where I need to be? Because I don't think I'm overthinking anything. Because I'm just stating the things that I already know. The things that I know for a fact. Unless you're talking about the things in the mural from the Quantum Moon. In which case... No, because this makes sense. Like, most def are overthinking at least one thing. This is another D's nuts. I'm gonna get up, and I'm gonna come back in like 5 minutes. Because these 3 things are guaranteed related to each other. Because it says you have recalled the rule of quantum imaging, and that's how I got to the Quantum Moon in the first place. So... And then it's the image of a tower on an island. And that was the tower that was on the island in Giant's Deep. And then there's recall the rule of quantum entanglement. And that has something to do with a quantum shard in a cave, which I can only imagine is the quantum shard that... There's the one that's inside of the one cave in Ember Twin, but I don't know what taking a picture of it to make sure that it stays where it is will accomplish. No, being serious, it's okay. It's not related to the quantum moon. Okay. Recall the rule of the 6 locations inscribed next to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. So, whatever this is, has something to do with getting to the 6th location from the moon, which I assume has to do with the eye of the universe. Like that, I believe that all of these things are related in that way. An Omai named Solanum landed her shuttle at the quantum moon's south pole and prepared to make the rest of the journey on foot. Visitors to the quantum moon always arrive at the south pole for reasons unknown to the Nomai. There's nothing else to the south pole of the quantum moon, and then there are walls that are so high that lead back out of the gas cloud that covers the quantum moon, meaning that there's nothing to really do other than the 3 things that I could do in that location. I can't get anywhere else on the quantum moon. One thing that I'm talking about, but I don't want to give away anything specific because this game is very much about experiencing the journey, so I will not ruin that for you. Okay. Thank you. Still just don't know how to get to the probe tracking module. I feel like I just can't. Maybe I can't? No, there has to be something to do with... I can't shoot a probe into the center of that planet. I know that there are giant jellyfish, and I'd imagine touching the jellyfish will knock out my power in my ship the same way trying to enter the core of that planet did that. So unless there was a warp pad to the probe itself... No, but even then that wouldn't matter, because... The probe is still intact. I know that for a fact, because the image projection thing still works, so I just need to be able to get in there. I might go back to the probe to check that out. There's always the dark bramble. No. No, never. I won't do it. You can't make me. Hang on. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna be back in, like, 3 minutes. back. Got some water as well. So I'm gonna go to the Ember Twin. I'm gonna go to the Ember Twin. I guess I'm gonna take a picture of the one rock in the cave. And then... you know... Thing is, I don't remember the cave that had the rock. They're ready yet. I guess I can land and then I just point it out. Quantum Caves. The Maya noticed a strange wandering rock that appeared in multiple caves on Ember Twin's northern hemisphere. Found a strange rock shard that moves when I'm not watching. It emits a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. Shard's camp. Quantum moon locator. Gravity cannon. Cape Cod 2, anglerfish fossil. The Sunless City. Ash Twin Tower designs. Oh, I could have just looked at this. I wish I had seen that before. Designs for each of the towers on Ash Twin's equator. Each tower warps to a different planet, although many Nomai were quick to note that the sun is not actually a planet. Each tower is designed to visually reflect its warp destination. Towers allow the Nomai to quickly travel between Ash Twin and all other locations crucial to the Ash Twin project. So... Sun Station, question marks. That's the place that we start from. Brittle Hollow, and then Giant's Deep. But I don't know where one of those two towers teleports to. I would think that has to do with the Hourglass Twins, but that's where we are. The quantum caves are on this side of the planet, meaning this is the northern hemisphere. Whatever it is that I'm looking for is, I don't know where the entrance is. Wish I did. Unless this is it. Planet, please stop rotating. Please. Thank you. Yeah, this is it. And there's the rock shard. Let me read this real quick. If you find any signs of Coleus, I implore you to tell me. He vanished without a trace during our research trip and has been missing ever since. Mallory, some of us from the Sunless City are here to help search for Coleus. Can you tell us more about your expedition? You have my gratitude, Burr. Coleus and I were studying the cave's geology. We hope to learn more about the unique and wandering rock that visits several different caves in the area. Where was Coleus lost? Disappeared in the cave at the bottom of the dry lake bed at the North Pole. It happened in an instant and without warning. Turned away from Coleus to examine a sample, and when I turned back, he simply wasn't there anymore. He had a limited supply of air. Anona, I'm afraid for him. Hypothesis: we will learn more by examining the northern lake bed where Coleus disappeared. Search quickly, everyone. We have no time to squander. So, I can only imagine that this rock just disappeared, or it shifted places when no one was looking in his direction. I don't know why I'm going over here. It should still be on the northern hemisphere out here. Unless... oh, wait, okay, I see. That is there, so I can go down here. I think. Whatever was here, I can't go in now. Crush me. Crunchy, yeah. Very... ouch. I think I'm about to slam back into the... no, I'm not. No! We're fine. We're fine. Just don't think about it. Doesn't matter. Ship doesn't matter. All that matters is the pilot. Okay, I thought I was suffocating for a second. I was about to be, like, really mad. Okay, rock's there, and it will always be there as long as this image is active. Like it here. I am not a fan. Don't like it here. Don't like it here. Where the hell am I? It's very dark and very scary. My goodness. Where the hell am I? I think I got turned around. I think that was the way I came in. I think I cannot leave. This is the way out! Well, crush me again, I guess. I'm wondering if the whole quantum entanglement thing means, like, an object that does move now interferes with objects that should not move. Therefore, they are entangled in the, you know, weird quantum presence of whatever the hell. If that's what that means. Hey, I don't know why I started thinking about this. Any of you guys know anything about Inuyasha? And, like, if the dub is good? In my head, I feel like the dub was good. But I could be wrong. And I don't actually know. Just a thought that started to go through my mind for no particular reason. Big rock, picture taken. Now I know that the red on the planet compass thing shows the North Pole. Where the hell am I? Okay, never mind. So, there's nothing this way. Two branching paths. This one leads to nowhere. But this is the way I'm supposed to go. Leads around. Around again. Ultimately to nowhere. I was supposed to go here. Okay. Now I see. Now I get it. nothing else here, so I guess that's it. Quantum cacti! Yup, that's what I wanted. Definitely. Yes. Frick you, video game. Oh my god. Alright, so you're always gonna have an object, I guess. I have to go back. Unless... Am I able to get a photo of all three of you? I'm so freaking lost, dude. Like, it's not even funny. I am so lost, it's not even funny. Alright, I guess I can make the assumption that I am going to anywhere that is above where I am. Okay, this is where I want to be. Quantum frickin' cacti, bro. Oh, wait. Yeah, for real? No fooling. Oh, am I supposed to... No. Just looking at the... Oh, you son of a... I don't have time for this, bro. Okay. This is what I wanted. Cool. Oof. If you've come here to look for Coleus, this is where we were when he vanished. He's been missing for 2 days now. What happened before Coleus disappeared? We were examining the different rocks. I recall Coleus standing on the largest one, the Wandering Rock. I was taking notes, and then my lantern died. When I lit it again, Coleus and the rock were both gone. Your strange Wandering Rock friend is here, though Coleus isn't. Coleus and I observed this unusual-looking rock shard and several smaller rocks in at least 2 other caverns. I'm unsure if this is relevant. Okay, so... Here's the question. Oh, wait, this only does... I don't know what exactly... Hey, wait. Do the trees... Hey, can I get a tree? Here it is. So that leads me to believe that this thing teleports me. I don't know what flipping that switch did, though. That's not cool. That is not cool. Wait, what? Oh. And then now... I find my scout. How do I get out of the cave, though? He's here. In another place. Can't leave. What the heck, dude? Can't quite tell which cave this is in. I think this is the cave that I want to get to. should be fine. Okay, so this is the cave that I've already been in. Huh? Oh. This is the one that I don't believe I've been in. I would like to get out. Oh, this is for the lights. Now I get you. It just won't let me out. Now I can get out, I think. I'm pretty sure this is just gonna end up killing me. Yeah, even though I did that. Yeah, now they're back. Oh, that's over. Never mind. Not quite sure if there is a way out of here. I think this is it. Well, screw me. Just watching and waiting. So I've been to 3 different places, but I think the rock goes to 4. I know one of them was on the way to where I was going. One of them was in the room. One of them was the room that I was just in. Lake Bed Cave. A nomad named Coleus was standing on the wandering rock when another nomad's lantern died. When they relit the lantern, Coleus and the rock were both gone. More to explore here. Thank God didn't hit that hard enough to make it kill me. Oh, screw me. We're good. Wait, I don't think I needed to come in here. Why did I come in here? I know that I can't stand on the structure and then have it move me for some reason. I think I'm about to just die. Ends. No, I'm not. Out here trying to scale walls, and I really don't need to because there's a staircase right next to me. Okay. Bless you. Thank you. Sneeze knocked his glasses off. It didn't knock my glasses off, I just moved them. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh. That means that's the cave that I haven't been in. That is taking a picture of a scroll on the wall that I cannot see. scout. Unless it's over here. I should have been in here already. Also, I see that you redeemed the harmonica and I just completely forgot to do it. My bad. What? This is the cave that I need. I think. That's here. This is the cave that I don't know about. And that has the wall scroll that I'm looking for. As well as what seem to be some quantum cacti. Yeah, quantum cacti. So you're over there. I think you're on the southern hemisphere. That should be you. Frick me, whatever, who cares? This looks like it would be an entrance to where I'm going, but... nothing. Where is the entrance to this cave? Kinda running around like a chicken without its head right now. know what's happening. What are you trying to do? So, that rock teleports to what I believe are 4 different locations. And I need to find... I think I need to find at least 2 of them in order to unravel the story of what happened to one specific Nomai that existed before. Because he stood on that rock, someone's lantern went out... Well, wait, hang on. I think I might be stupid. I might be stupid. I'm definitely stupid. I know how to do that now. Why did that take me so long to register? My goodness. So, what I was trying to find out, Basil was like, someone stood on that rock, the lights went out, and then the rock moved, because the quantum rocks and the quantum moon move when nobody is observing them. So, I needed to get into that cave and then find out where the hell it's going, and now I know I need to get into that cave again, get to the bottom of it, and then get on top of the rock and turn all of my lights off. And then it will move me. Took me way longer than it should have to piece that out. Piece that together. Left passage. Move these, but then there's this passage, which is the actual one. One. Wish for more lights, double back, go here. Walk through the sand. Complain about there not being any lights, and then proceed to put a light up. Don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. Please don't do this to me. I guess I still count as falling when trying to resist the current of this sand. Interesting. This awful, terrible place with the quantum cacti. This room, and you can't leave. Learn about the stuff that's here. Learn about the rock. Now I see why there's this puzzle here, or why there's this light switch here. You turn that off. You don't like this. This is where I was looking for. Coleus is missing. Event from the lake bed cave. Bottom of the dry lake bed, North Pole. Son of a... This is not the one I was looking for. Rock is very familiar to travel here. My sedimentary friend, because of unique color and texture, appears identical as a rock I met earlier. Wasn't this same rock fragment in the cave we found at the bottom of the dry lake bed at the North Pole? We plan to re-examine the northern lake bed cave. Maybe our friendly rock will meet us down there. An update, Mallory and I went back to the lake bed cave and observed this rock again. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it isn't. That means this rock wanders like the quantum moon does. How curious. Yeah, I already read this. Please don't touch the cactus, thank you. It's this cave that I'm not entirely sure I know of. Oh, this cave has no way out. How curious. This rock took me with it to a new location. I wonder why this happens. Curious, but also alarming. This new cave appears to lack an entrance or exit. Also, the rock that brought me here disappeared while I wasn't watching. The wandering rock has returned. Never before have I been so delighted to see a sedimentary specimen. I wonder if I myself became quantum briefly when the rock carried me here. This seems the clearest explanation. Hypothesis. If the rock can bring me here, it can also carry me out. My hypothesis was correct. I can travel on this rock as long as I am not observing my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. I'm going to bring my mentor here to see this. Mallory is here now, too. We theorize when a conscious being is in contact with a quantum object and ceases to act as an observer, explaining the need for darkness, the being can become entangled with that quantum object, and they move together. Friends, Coleus has discovered a new quantum rule. He has also promised me he'll never vanish again, even if he does learn something useful from it. Okay. Not sure I know where I am right now. Oh wait, am I in the cave that leads out to... Yes, I am. So that explains the rule of quantum entanglement, and so now I understand the rule involving... What's it called? The quantum rocks on other planets. To travel with a quantum object, I must stand on the object and cease to observe my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. Coleus used this quantum rule to escape the cave he was trapped in. Coleus and Mallory returned to examine the rock. They theorized that when a conscious being is in contact with a quantum object and ceases to observe his or her surroundings, the being can become entangled with that quantum object, and they both move together. So that means that I can go to the hollow... whatever, it's not a hollow place. The place I started at. Timber Hearth. I will not fly through the sun, that will not happen. So here's where I want to be. Headlights are off. Okay, that's cool. Don't do that to me again, though. I need to be in complete darkness to move from one place to another. So there has to be another rock that I can stand on top of and then teleport with. But I don't know where all the quantum rocks are. This probably just isn't one of them, given that it's not complete darkness. Quantum shard. Strange shard that wanders when no one is watching. The mind determined this shard is the reason objects in the grove behave in a quantum manner. The mind hypothesized that this shard is actually a piece of the quantum moon. The shard emits the same signal as the quantum moon. This makes me believe that the way into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge is related to teleporting from a quantum shard? But that makes me also question whether or not there is a quantum shard on the what do you call it? The Twisted Hollow. Be able to examine that if I can go to the Twisted Hollow. Actually, I should do that in another loop. Feel like I should. Anyway. It's the Tower Shard in the Twisted Hollow. Okay. Stop it. So the question beckons whether or not I can put the torches out. I don't think I can do anything about the torches. I cannot. Determine this atypical shard of rock is the reason objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. There has to be another shard here, right? It's the quantum moon, and that's 20,000 meters away. The quantum shard, and it's 52. So 80,000 meters means that it's probably a different planet. Whatever I'm picking up from this direction. Yeah, that's the Grove shard, and then this one's unknown. So I would imagine each shard is limited to its own planet. Unless I can get inside this shard. It's not moving me. Or wait. Okay, that scared the heck out of me. Oxygen is gone. Or not oxygen, fuel is gone. Don't know why I bother with that. I'm gonna time out soon. Quantum moon locator, quantum caves, lake bed cave, ash twin project, sun station, quantum grove, tower of quantum knowledge, which I still just can't find the way into yet, quantum moon in the 6th location, tower of quantum trials. Orbital probe cannon control module, probe tracking module, launch module, the dark bramble, the light hole station, and the subsurface energy readings. Okay, so here's the question. I think the interloper is already gone. It is not. Okay, so the question is there a quantum reading on the interloper? There does not seem to be. There is the Grove shard. But other than that... That noise. No, there is no quantum reading on the interloper at all. So whatever way I would want to get into that, I can't figure it out yet. Unless maybe... No, it's just not... Oh, that was Quantum Moon. Showing up weird. I have to fly myself into the sun, I swear. Like, I would figure that the ice on this thing would melt, but... I guess not? Is that about to take out the sun or something? No, since the interloper is in a very odd elliptical orbit around the sun, and this sun has reached the end of its lifespan, or this star has reached the end of its lifespan, it's turning into a red dwarf, and it's slowly expanding a little bit until it'll eventually just, collapse in on itself and then explode. But in the meantime, while it's expanding, this thing's orbit doesn't change, so it's going to get obliterated by the sun at some point. But there's a fissure in the front of it, but it's covered by ice. I was thinking maybe the way in would be using a quantum rock to teleport into it, but that appears to not be the case. So I'm not really sure how to get in there. Hey, what are you? Giants Deep? Or are you like the Quantum Moon or something? No, you're Giants Deep. Don't freak me out like that. This thing already passed by the sun once. Super close, in fact, but it didn't... It doesn't melt the fissure in front of it. So I'm thinking there's a different way in. Really not sure what it intends for me to do here. Also don't believe that this is going to end very well for me, because I believe we are about to actually end up inside the sun. I don't really want to look at this, because it's going to freak me out. Entering the sun freaks me out a lot. Get me out of here. Nah, it's freaking over, dude. There's nothing I can do. I don't think I can get into this ship and then leave before the sun just bakes us. Get me out of here. Yep. Teleport the entire thing to another planet and then crack it open with a quantum carburetor? I don't think that's how that works, but, no, there's no but. Never mind. I wonder if the direction that is shot matters. It is the probe, is it not? Sure is the probe. And if I follow it, I'm going toward basically nowhere. Was that hyperspace? Was what hyperspace? Oh, you mean the thing that's shown right before I come back here? No. That is me reliving memories, or experiencing memories, and then having them beamed back into a previous version of myself. Which is, strange-ass technology that I don't want an explanation for. Hey, why the ship rocking so much? Hey, hey, hey! Okay. Where are all the quantum rocks, and which ones of them can I actually teleport on? There's no quantum rocks here. There's definitely none in the Sun Station. There's one here in Timber Hearth in the Quantum Grove. However, that one will not move me because there is still dim enough light for me to move. In the Brittle Hollow, there's one... There's one right above the tower, but that only moves in so many areas, and they're the same problem. Giant's Deep, there's one in the Tower of Quantum Trials, which is inside the massive storm. And the only way you can get in there is by going through the bottom and then coming up and out. Dark Bramble, which I haven't experienced. That which I haven't experienced. And the subsurface energy readings. Kunonomai located a fissure in the ice in the interloper's sunward side. They descended inside to investigate. Moving the ship that's there doesn't do anything. Alright, I guess let's go to the Ash Twin and basically just wait until... Basically just wait in there until the double tower one releases. Because I don't know where one of those leads to. Part of me wants to look at this and then just see a time lapse of it going by. So... there are 4 caves on whatever it's called. There are 4 caves of the Ember Twin. 3 of them have entrances that you can just go into naturally, and one of them you figure out how to move alongside a quantum rock. Is there a rock on the quantum moon that can move by itself? Unless... I'm supposed to go back to the quantum moon, I think. And then turn the lights off in the tower. And then constantly move with that to find out wherever the hell I'm supposed to go. I don't really want to do that. That bothers me. That bothers me a lot, in fact. Ooh, I don't want to do that. I... Oh. This is an interesting sight. I like it. As terrified as I am of this game, I enjoy looking at this right now. Is there anywhere else I need to go? There's still the probe in Giant's Deep. There's the fissure. There's what I now know is the quantum tower in the moon. And then Dark Bramble. I wonder if the game can be beaten without going into Dark Bramble. I would really hope that it can. Brother, just go there, stop being a wuss. No! It's just a game, it can't hurt you. It can. It can give me, like, mental damage. That's like the most brutal damage around. Mental damage. I wonder if it would be possible for a planet or a set of planets to actually exist like this, where sand just flows between them consistently. I would imagine it's not. Here's a question. Do I fear whatever I'm gonna find out in the Quantum Moon less than I fear the Dark Bramble? That's what I really don't know. There's the towers that are side by side. There they are. Here I am. Ow. So where do you teleport me? Not Timber Earth. No, it's not the Sun Station. Not the Hollow. But why would it be? anywhere for this to line up with? And it hasn't already? Don't you do it. Don't you dare teleport me to where I think you will. Good. Good. But I'm still question marking a fair bit. Unless it's supposed to be another portion of the Ember Twin. But didn't that already pass over? Okay. Hey! Oh, okay, never mind. I thought I was just in space. I was about to maul pretty freaking hard. I don't know why I bothered looking at that. I know where I am. I'm just wondering why I bothered coming here. Nothing here. And move back. So if these are between each other... Ouch. That's cool. But where does this go? Does it just not work? Is this the one that they said just doesn't work? The only thing that this would make sense for is moving me toward the Ember Twin again, but there's only one warp pad for the Ember Twin that I remember. Why don't I get oxygen from cacti? They breathe carbon dioxide too, don't they? I don't know about cacti. I'm pretty sure, like, they're still plants, so they do the same thing that every other plant does, doesn't it? Okay, dude. Oh, right. This is what happened the other time, too. One of them doesn't work while the other one just lets me get lifted by sand. You just don't want to share? Share what? Let me in! Let me in! I'm trapped. Step bro, help! I'm stuck. You gotta get me out of here. I think I am actually boned until I run out of oxygen. This is cool. Man, there are... This game has made me realize that I am not one that wants to explore space. Nah. Nah. If you would put me back in the times for exploring Earth, sure, maybe I would have done that. Probably. But, like, exploring space? That's too much. That is too much for my fragile heart. Okay, so, one of the teleporters doesn't work. One of the teleporters does work. Or more so, let me check this. Ash Twin Tower Designs. Sun Station between each other for the big, what do you call it? For the Ash Twins. The one that leads to Hollow, or the... whatever the heck, Hearth. Twisted Hollow. And then, Giant's Deep. I know that I can't get into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge unless I fix that pathway, but I don't think that's the actual way to get in there. The next thing I can go back to is the Quantum Moon, and then freak myself out again. What the hell? Is this the South Pole still? Doesn't look like the South Pole. Hey, hey! I think something spawned inside of my ship. Pissed. Exit ship to repair. Landing camera messed up. Oxygen tank is messed up. Upper hull is messed up. Headlights are messed up. And the autopilot. I'm freaking pissed, bro. Like... this should not have happened. Quantum heckin' moon. There. My God. What is this? What needs to be repaired? Oxygen tank. Mother 11 Quantum Moon. Okay, cool. Has to be going. G'day, StrongmanSteven. See you, my man. Hope your day goes well, Basil. Right. Oh, wait. Does the surface of the quantum moon change based on... oh. So I'm still at the South Pole, but it looks like the... it looks like Timberhearth because we're here. That's interesting. What the? How did they build a structure here? Oh. And that's how I know where I am. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't know where I am right now. Where am I? Oh, okay, Timber Hearth. Hey, what do you mean, Dark Bramble? Huh? I'm not opening that door. Ash Twins. 6th location. Coward. Very much so. At no point have I not owned up to that. Oh, you're funny. You're very funny. Yeah? For real, for real? Ash Twins. Back to where we were a second ago. Yeah, might as well just leave here. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement. You have recalled the rule of quantum imaging. Recall the rule of the 6th location. I don't know where my ship is. I can only imagine it's in pieces right now. Damn, dude. Oh, and he's in different positions every time I look away. Not cool. Unless there's more than one dead Nomai here. Hey, where's my ship? I feel like it's gone. My ship is gone. Unless, wait, I got an idea. Where you at? Come on, I need you. No. There you are. Yeah, all the good stuff. To the center one? Where am I? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I'm where I want to be, basically. Although, The negative of this is I'm still away from my ship. I feel like the only way to get to where I want to go involves... what do you call it? The Southern Observatory. I feel like the only way to get to where I want to go involves the segment of this area with the Tower of Quantum Knowledge falling, and then I just hover until I get in. But I fear that waiting for that isn't the actual solution. Fear that I would get to where I want to go in the tower, we'd fall into the black hole, get spit out at the white hole, and then find out that there's nothing... Or not so much find out that there's nothing, find out that where I end up and the structure that I was standing ends up are two different things. Please tell me the tower didn't just fall. Something. Found my escape pod. On Brittle Hollow, Solano Settlement, Hanging City, Brittle Hollow, Sunless City. Sunless City on Ember Twin. And there's another Nomai city inside of Ember Twin? That's incredible. A whole city and I had no idea it existed. This is great. How do they keep the sand out? If it were me, I'd be nervous about getting buried in the caves by that awful river of sand. Gosh, then Nomai sure were ingenious, building an entire settlement underground. Sunless City, wow. That means there were two groups of Nomai, one that lived on Ember Twin and one that lived on Brittle Hollow, but they must have traveled around the solar system since Nomai writing can be found on other planets too. Yeah, I guess that's it. I googled if Dark Bramble is necessary to beat the game or not. You're not the only one, turns out. Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me! What the hell? Well... That answers my question, though. But not fully. That makes me believe that I just have to wait until that segment breaks. don't know why I'm bothering to go back. This won't help me. Yeesh. Ooh, critical. Three out of 10 hurts just a little. I read that, didn't I? Feels strange trying to recreate a known as Warcore without him. Yeah, okay, yeah, I already did. That's the part where the apprentice becomes the master. Supposedly. Where's the ghost matter? Hit me with the ghost matter. On the side note, I hecking did it. News 10th expert is so annoying. Holy heck. I could not stomach new. Like, I tried the trials for, all of the Murakumo units, really. And I noticed that I enjoyed Lambdas because it's like, you make contact with the first thing, the second thing comes out automatically. But new, you have the choice in whether or not you do the second. So, with Lambda, it's like, I hit, and then I just do the rest. With Lambda, or with new, it's just, I hit, and then... Okay, now I need to time the second one, too. What? I didn't raise you. You do that automatically? Forgive me for breaking the Blaze Blue again? No, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. That's why the camp is set up right outside of... Okay. What's his name camp? His camp is set up right outside of the tower, so that you can rest until it's collapsing and then fly into it. Gotcha. Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Is there anywhere else to go? There's still the Ash Twin project, but I don't think I can get in there. Me frantically looking for places to go that aren't Dark Bramble. The 6th location. Tower of Quantum Trials, Dark Bramble, and then the subsurface energy readings from the interloper. Screw me, dude. I think I actually ran out of places to go. Other than the interloper. So do you want to know or not if Dark Bramble is needed to beat the game? I don't want to know, because I'm going to go there anyway. It's just going to take a minute. Posture check. It's just gonna take as long as I can stall for. But is it happening this stream? Probably not, given how much time is left. I want to see what's so scary. There's anglerfish and low visibility. This is the... yeah, Southern Observatory. You need to go to the crossroads and then go to a specific place in the crossroad. We're good. You better never touch Subnautica. I don't think I will. I don't know. I saw someone play it. I was watching Cerno TV play it a while back, and I know, like, some of the big spoilers of the game. I've seen the ending of the game. But I don't know if I would ever play it myself. I wasn't freaked out when watching them, but I also viewed it differently as a spectator. The same way I view this game right here, the differences between when I look at it as a spectator and when I look at it as the player, I feel as though that is how I would feel about Subnautica. Guess I'll go and hit this up for like 5 minutes. You'll see Leviathan in an incredibly dark area and you'll crap your pants on stream. Yeah. Guaranteed. Tried fighting my fears playing that. I don't think it worked. I think it may have gone worse. Understandable. It's cool watching someone make like an underwater base. I will say that. Because I enjoy most of the visual stuff that you can make and the large bases and the freedom of wherever you can go in that game, but then I think about all the things to be feared. All the things to be feared, the limited mobility, the limited visibility, and what's it called? I guess that's just it. The limited mobility and visibility. I just have to wait until this thing starts falling and then move up. Subnautica is like easy mode when you're during the daytime, swimming, chilling. What the hell just touched me? What was that? Gotta pay attention to that. During nighttime, it's like monk-ass. Yeah. Yeah. Well, wait, I figured if you're at a low enough depth, then you just don't get visibility, right? Because once you're low enough, you can't actually... like, light won't reach you. A lot of the reason as to why a fair bit of deep-sea animals or deep-sea fish are just blind, because they can't see in the first place. There's no light to give them the ability to see. Wait, all of this means Ryback falls into the black hole, doesn't it? I feel like I should have waited 7 minutes instead. Uh-oh. That's just close by, that's not me. God, I hate this place. This better work the way I want it to, or I'm gonna be pissed. Maybe what I fear most is uncertainty. Maybe I fear the unknown. And that's why both space and the deep sea scare me. I feel like I should go back to Ryback, but I also feel like if I do, I'm going to lose out. But at the same time, I know that... what's it called? That side is going to collapse first. As it is now. But not, it hasn't done so fully. After that one collapses, this one will. I'm gonna go back to Ryback, get oxygen back, and then fly backwards. What's up, Ryback? Take your fuel too. Thanks, see ya. that better not be this tower. It's not. Okay. Let me in. Let me in. This is taking significantly longer than I thought it would. Oh, wait, there's one. And the next. When is it my turn? There's the next. I should soon follow. I'm waiting. I don't think I'm gonna get up there before the sun just... Or at least, I don't think I'm gonna be able to read everything before the sun says, yeah, good try, idiot. Does the structure not fall? Maybe the structure doesn't fall and I didn't notice. Shoot. Interloper hasn't passed into the sun yet, so I still got time. The structure has to fall. Pretty sure just about everything falls into the black hole in Brittle Hollow. There it is. Screw me, dude. Where am I? I don't know if I timed it wrong and that would work. What am I looking at? Oh, okay. Well, that didn't seem to be the correct answer. Wish Moose were around so I could ask him if I should already have the information to get in there. Maybe I am supposed to go to... No, what information would it give me that's like... that's not something I could know unless I actually go in there. I'm about to call it here. And then start the next stream with Hollow, or with, Dark Bramble. Subsurface energy readings. Ash Twin Project. Recall the rule of quantum entanglement. Described next to a mural of a quantum shard in a cave. Recall the rule of the sixth location. Inscribed next to a mural of a tower hanging above a black hole. Whatever that rule is the only way that I'm going to be able to get to the sixth location, which I believe is the Eye of the Universe. It's still whatever is in here. It's whatever the energy reading is in the subsurface of the interloper. And even if I move that ship, it doesn't give me any way in. I only know of the crack at the surface. It's frozen over. Melting it isn't an option. I've already searched around in it, and there's no way in from there. I don't have any weapons. I can't break anything. There's no quantum rocks on the structure. I think I should just go there, and I'll be able to find whatever it is if I search around enough. There must be some way into the under levels of the ice. Hollow's lantern, which I don't think has any relevancy to anything, because it's just a big ball of lava constantly spitting out molten rocks at the Brittle Hollow. It's still the Ash Twin project, but I don't think that's a room that I can actually access until maybe the end of the game or something. Eh. I think I'm gonna call it here. I'll come back next week. Come back next week. I'll start with Brittle Hollow and regret it, and then hopefully bring about the end of the game. I don't know. This game makes me want to scream in fear. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for today's stream. Tomorrow you will see... Tomorrow's Friday? Monster Hunter. You will see Monster Hunter of some kind. Not really sure which Monster Hunter, but you will see Monster Hunter. Saturday you'll see a fighting game, but I still don't know which fighting game yet either. So, yeah. I'm probably not gonna play Blaze Clue, but I don't know which fighting game it's gonna be at all. It could be Guilty Gear, honestly. Maybe Strive. Probably not Strive, but we'll see. Next Monday, you will see, what the heck is it? That's a random day. You'll see something. Tuesday, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Wednesday is going to be Sonic Frontiers, and next Thursday is going to be more of this, Outer Wilds. So look forward to all of that. If you guys got anything to say to me, or anyone else has decided to join, hit up the Discord below the stream. If you click the picture that says Discord, I am going to go be scared. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, whatever time it might be for you. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.